Greatest Band, please take it away.
Baby, what it is, No, no, what I do. Shake it deep. You're gonna make a melt inside. Yeah. I feel, I say you freaking me. Palm one seller, you freak me, you're gonna make a die, pata, 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 pata. Make you close the door, turn up the light, oh, and make I undress you. Tonight be the night, just you and I, you. Yeah. Make you close the door, turn on the light, oh, and make I undress you. Tonight be the night, just you and I, you. Oh, sugar, sugar mama, come and quench my thirst with your lipstick, and I go be Santi. Yeah. What I do? Oh, sugar, 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 sugar mama, come and quench my thirst with your lipstick, and I go be Santi. Yeah. Come take my honey for your love. Make you take my honey for your love. Come take my honey for your love. You the only one who fit turn me on. Come take my honey for your love. Make you take my honey for your love. Come take my honey for your love.
Honey for your love.
You be the only one. Yeah. Yeah. You go killing me. The way you walk, the way you whine. Yeah.
And gradually we receive the full complement of the high table.
Yeah.
All is set for the arrival of our King and the official party. I ask that we all be seated and hold ourselves in readiness. Thank you.
Power seller, you go killing me. The way you whine, the way you shake. Make you dance for me privately. Make you shake for me, nobody go see you. Make you dance for me, I feel. Make you shake for me, nobody dey here. Your mama no go see, your papa no go see. Yeah. You go killing me, the way you whine. body shake. Make you dance for me privately. Make you dance for me, nobody there here. Make you shake for me, make you shake for me, nobody there here. Your mama no go see, your papa no go see, your brother no go see, your sister gonna see. I'm happy. Come take my honey for your love.
Honey for your love.
Make you take my honey for your love.
Honey for your love.
Come take my honey for your love.
Honey for your love.
You be the only one go fit turn me on. Come take my honey for your love.
Honey for your love.
Make you take my honey for your love.
Honey for your love.
Come take my honey for your love.
Honey for your love.
You be the only one go fit turn me on. Come take my honey for your love.
Honey for your love.
Make you take my honey for your love.
Honey for your love.
Come take my honey for your love.
Honey for your love.
You be the only one go fit turn me on. Yeah.
My feet.
boy, I want Fanny May, many age now, what day. And yes, I ever to quiet question, Elmina, whenever for say, for say, do it, my no do it, yeah, make oh, no, on a man, my dear, say my feet, I did it, then now always say, my dear, my feet, I did it, then now always say, my many near my cool, my dear, baby, so I pass you, my dear, and then, one, I mean, no better, my dear, one, I mean, no better, my dear, I did baby, I'm a cool, my dear.
Thank you very much. Bring it down. Completely down. Thank you very much. Excellencies, Majesties, Royal Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, all is set now for us to receive our King and the official party. I ask that we all be seated and hold ourselves in readiness. It is requested kindly of all of us to place our phones on silent to avoid any interference in the course of this celebration. I thank you for your cooperation. A little soft music in the background. "27 years of leadership, sustainable development, and progress make welcome the King, His Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu the second." In reverence to God Almighty, the giver of life and every good thing, humbly I ask that we rise as we begin in the name of God, who is Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Let us receive the Anglican Archbishop of Kumasi, the Right Reverend Oscar Christian Amoa, for this evening's invocation.
Let us pray. Gracious and the Most High God, we thank you for our lives individually and collectively as Asante man and the nation Ghana as a whole. Our hearts are full of gratitude
for the life of His Royal Majesty, Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, our King,
and his position as Asantehene. We are very much appreciative of the gifts, abilities, the boldness, goodwill, and favor you have endowed him with, which have enabled him to be relevant not only to Asante man, but Ghana and the world as a whole. As you prepare to celebrate the 27th year of his ascendancy on the golden stool, we pray for good health, more wisdom, more knowledge, insight, understanding, keen mind, and above all, long life for him. This evening, Lord, as we gather to celebrate Otumfuo as a pillar of peace, we pray for a larger and a wider capacity for him to receive your peace, which passes all understanding, in order to be able to dispense more peace in this kingdom. Let the purpose of this gathering this night be achieved. We ask this and other blessings upon one and all. In Jesus' name we pray with thanksgiving. Amen.
Please be seated. 27 glorious years of advancing peace and sustainable economic development through a royal vision. He sits amongst us as a pillar of peace. Make welcome with warmth and delight His Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, Asantehene. Your Majesty, we welcome you to this glorious celebration. Seated in splendor and in glory by our King is the Princess Consort of Asante. Make welcome Lady Julia Osei Tutu. Our guest of honor, the President of our Republic, here represented by the Deputy Chief of Staff, the Honorable Nana Oye Bampo. Our special guests, former President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Special guest, former Vice President of the Republic, His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. The first Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Ghana, the Honorable Bernard Ahiafo, MP Akachi South. The Chief Justice of the Republic, His Lordship Justice Paul Bafo Bode. We make welcome our special guest, the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Her Excellency Shirley Ayoko Boche.
Ladies and gentlemen, do please make welcome His Royal Majesty Ogiame Atuwache III, the Olu of the Warri Kingdom from Nigeria. Joining His Majesty is Her Royal Highness Olori Atuwache III, Queen Consort of the Warri Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, we're also warmly joined by the President of the National House of Chiefs. Also joining us today is the Asantehene Osei Tutu III. We are also joined by the former chairman of the Council of State of the Republic of Ghana, Ndrabihene Nana Otumfuo II. Joining us at the high table, ladies and gentlemen, is the Executive Chairman, Jonah Capital, Dr. Sir Samuel Eson Jonah. We also have the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Johnson Pandit Asiama. Also joining us is the Executive Chairman, KGL Group, Mr. Alex Dade, and of course his beautiful wife, Mrs. Caroline Dade.
Together with you all ministers of state, heads of mission and other members of the diplomatic corps, captains of industry, partners, friends, family and well-wishers, we welcome you to Menchia right here in Kumasi, the heart of Asantehene, this great kingdom of renown which has stood for over 400 years as a symbol of resilience. Our word of greeting is simple. We say Yamamo Akwaba, and you all respond, Ya. Yamamo Akwaba. And just like that, we are all sons and daughters of our King. My name is Jerry Ajolodo.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Anita Erskine.
And together we're pleased to be serving you as the masters of the ceremony. Tonight, everything has been provided to make our stay here warm, comfortable, and memorable. We shall begin with dinner. The first course is plated together with the other courses. Bon appetit, and while we're at that, the band will serenade us to some very lovely tunes. Bon appetit.
Osenetini abuabia, osenetini abuabia. Opuman kumano dampete nana. Osenetini abuabia, osenetini esinusika nensona mama, nensona mama, nensona mama, nensona mama, esinusika nensona mama, nensona mama. Ebo, mama me, nensona mama. Yeah, be ya see a man that. I'm singing this song for you just to get my baby back. And if I was a man, I will never live on the nest. I'll search and search and search till I get my baby back. I miss you. Why, darling, you break your promise? Why, darling, you break your promise? Why, my sweet darling, you treat me cruel so? Asamaminkaya, Osemako, baby Aminkoya, Osemako, Asaminya, Osemayo, Asaminfaya, Osemapa, oh me a day, oh me a day, oh me a day, oh me a day, a pity onka, oh my brandy war, a pity onka, oh my brandy war, a pity onka, oh my brandy war, a pity onka, oh oh oh, oh oh oh, oh oh oh, oh oh oh. Asamaminkaya, Osemako, Asaminya, Osemaye, baby Aminkoyo, Osemako, Asaminfaya, Osemapa, Bominya Dani, Bominya Dani, Bominya Dani, Bominya Dani, a pity onka, oh, my brandy more, a pity onka, oh. My brandy more, a pity okay. Oh, my brandy more, a pity okay. Oh, 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 oh. Shake your body. Nothing on me, boy.
So we perform. How do you want the papa be na YouTube ne TikTok ne ade abe. Ni nyina e appear phones. Ai, e ho na phone papa. Wo perform betim ya ye wo niema kokọ mu dipa. Ni nyina e appear phones. Na wo ni
It's the best form of music, high life, coming right here. Kumasi, the heart of Asantehene. Theme, advancing peace and sustainable economic development through royal vision. We could not find a more fitting guardian for this theme than a worthy son of Asantehene and a global statesman. Described by the Financial Times of London as the great old African gold king, the African gold finger. He has done for mining what the great Ali has done for boxing, Pele has done for football, and Shatta Wale and Davido are doing for Afrobeats. Tonight I give to you a Knight Commander of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire, a Chancellor of the University of Cape Coast, Executive Chairman of the Jonah Capital, and one of the most consequential Africans of his generation. He's a man who is forged in the darkness of Ghana's minds and has risen by sheer force of intellect, integrity, and will to illuminate boardrooms in Johannesburg, in London, in New York, and beyond. It took me a whole night to prepare this itself. Tonight, we recall with great delight his beginnings here at Ashanti Goldfields as a young man of ambition in 1979, and by 36 had become its first Ghanaian chief executive, going on to multiply its gold production sixfold and shepherding its transformation into a true African multinational and leading it onto the floor of the New York Stock Exchange as the first operating African company ever to earn that distinction. He did not merely build a company. He proved at a moment when the world needed proof that African leadership, African vision, and African excellence were world-class in every sense of the word. But what elevates him tonight beyond the extraordinary catalogue of his commercial achievements is something rather rare: his character. A man who has chaired companies across 4 continents, advised presidents from Kufuor to Obasanjo to Mbeki, served on the General Advisory Council of the United Nations Secretary General's Global Compact, and has earned the admiration of Ghana's mine workers with a Platinum Award and more, and yet whose most consistent message, drawn from decades of watching power misused and potentially squandered, has been a call, not more for himself and for his own influence, but for honest and limited government, for constitutional reform, and for strengthening peace and democracy. A man who has spent a lifetime at precisely that intersection where investments meet integrity and where economic ambition must answer to social conscience, where the work of building wealth and the work of building peace are not rivals but partners. And it's no small thing he carries on his heart as a board member of the Otumfuo Osei Tutu Foundation, a personal connection of brotherhood to the extraordinary monarch we gather here tonight to honor, a king who is 27 years on the golden stool and who has shown the world that royal authority and democratic peace are not opposites, but allies. Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I give to you our chairperson for this auspicious dinner, Sir Sam Jonah.
Thank you, Jerry. It's the longest introduction I've had the pleasure of listening to. Your Majesty, Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, the Asantehene, the occupant of the golden stool, the pillar of peace. Lady Julia Osei Tutu, Your Excellency Nana Dodankwa Akufo-Addo, Your Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Your Excellency Shedi Ayoko Bochwe, the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, the first for us in Ghana. The first Deputy Speaker, our Chief Justice, Justice Paul Bafubone, the Chief of Defense Staff, General William Ajapong, His Royal Majesty, Ogiame Atuwatse III, Olu of Warri Kingdom, and Her Royal Highness, Olori Atuwatse III, we are indeed deeply honored to have you here with your presence. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have chaired many events in my life, but I confess there's something about being invited to chair a dinner in someone's own palace that has a way of concentrating the mind wonderfully. You're supposed to laugh. We are gathered this evening in this magnificent hall, within the very walls of Malaysia, the seat of Africa's most storied royal traditions, to mark 27 years since Otumfuo ascended the golden stool and proceeded to do something quite remarkable with the authority it conferred. He chose peace. Not because it was the easier path. Indeed, anyone who thinks that peace is easy has never tried to make it. He chose peace because he understood, with the clarity that distinguishes the truly great from the merely powerful, that without peace, everything else is noise. Now, before I go on, I'm obliged to make a declaration. Otumfuo is my brother. I suspect, therefore, I have to admit that being in Miss Company, it will raise questions of objectivity. I want to address that concern directly and with the seriousness that it deserves. I have none. But here is the thing about truth. It is rather inconveniently indifferent to personal considerations. Whether you're Otumfuo's brother or a friend, the facts about this man remain the same. And tonight, the facts speak loudly, so loudly, in fact, that I need only arrange them in good order and step aside. So, ladies and gentlemen, objectivity or no, let the record speak. When Otumfuo VI ascended the golden stool in April 1999, he inherited not only the weight of Asante tradition, 7 centuries of history, of gold, and of kings, but also a portfolio of disputes, wounds, and unresolved tensions that would have defeated lesser men. I just give you an example. The Fijiasis stool dispute had festered for 23 years. 23 years. Communities divided, families estranged, cause burdened, and there it sat, a wound that had become so familiar, people had stopped believing it could be healed. His Majesty took it up, 7 sittings, and it was done. The then Chief Justice of Ghana, Justice Kwesi Anum observed when receiving a commemorative coin that Otumfuo's interventions in chieftaincy disputes has significantly reduced the burden on the courts. Ladies and gentlemen, think about it. A king who lightens the load of the judiciary in a country not short of disputes. That is no small contribution. The Dagbon conflict, a crisis so deep, so violent, so entrenched in history that wise men had quietly given up on it. Indeed, President Kufuor, a man not given to extravagant praise, says something about that resolution that I still think deserves to be repeated tonight. And I quote, "If Otumfuo's achievement in the resolution of the Dagbon crisis had been in Europe or America, I'm sure the Nobel Peace Prize would have been bestowed on him." Ladies and gentlemen, I leave that thought exactly where President Kufuor placed it. But ladies and gentlemen, his mandate, as it turned out, was not confined to chieftaincy. In 2012, as Ghana prepared for a general election, an election that carried its anxieties as all of them do, His Majesty convened all presidential candidates to Kumasi. He brought them to this city under his roof, under his moral authority, and secured from them a commitment to peaceful elections. They signed what has famously become known as the Kumasi Declaration. This is not a small feat. Give them a big hand of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, in a continent that has known too many elections descending to violence, a traditional ruler convening political rivals and extracting a peace covenant by moral persuasion alone, without a single law compelling them, is a feat worth recognizing. Let's give him another round of applause. In 2016, he worked quietly behind the scenes once more, helping ease the tension that surrounded that year's transition of power. Quietly, the emphasis is, without fanfare, because the most important things in life are often done that way. And more recently, let's look at the Boko mediation, a conflict so tangled with roots, its roots are so tangled that few believed anyone could even begin to unravel them. His Majesty accepted the role of sole mediator, conducted sessions here at Menchia, and in December of last year, presented his report to the President at the Jubilee House. Ladies and gentlemen, the work continues, but it has begun, and in peacemaking, beginning is everything. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, we witness something very rare, something very beautiful. His Majesty in this very hall will confer the prestigious Otumfuo Commemorative Gold Medal on President John Mahama, President Nana Akufo-Addo, and John Akumfu Adjekum Kufuor. 3 leaders, 3 eras, 1 golden thread, service to the nation. Give them a high five. President Mahama, for continuing the Dagbon process, establishing the 1 billion CD Boko Revitalization Fund, civilizing the city, enjoying deep respect for traditional authority. For President Akufo-Addo, under whose watch Dagbon achieved lasting peace, and who delivered the transformative free SHS policy that the World Bank called one of the most impactful in our history. And for President Kufuor, who initiated the Dagbon peace process, introduced the NIH, National Health Insurance Scheme, and steered Ghana through HAPIC, cancelling billions in debt and stabilizing the economy. By honoring them jointly, Otumfuo is sending a clear message, louder than any speech, that statesmanship is not about partisan victory. It is about continuing, enduring contributions to peace, prosperity, and national development. Different facets, same golden purpose, ladies and gentlemen. In 2019, Otumfuo addressed the United Nations High-Level Forum on the Culture of Peace. His topic was Partnership for a Culture of Peace, mobilizing traditional leadership and communities for peace and security. He went to New York and he told the world what he had been demonstrating here at least for 2 decades. The traditional leaders are not relics of the past, but potential architects of the peace that the modern world so desperately needs. The address received global commendation. That same year, he received the Pillar of Peace Award at the inaugural Africa Premier Leadership Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in troubled times. Ukraine bleeds, the Middle East bends, tensions fracture the architecture of international order that the previous generation built at great cost. Multilateralism is under strain. Alliances that seem permanent are proving now negotiable. And too many leaders find political profit in the performance of conflict. And yet, in this room, ladies and gentlemen, in this room, we have a man who has spent 27 years demonstrating quietly, persistently, and effectively that there is another way. That dialogue, patiently sustained, is stronger than any decree. That moral authority deployed in the service of peace can accomplish what no army or court can compel. Ladies and gentlemen, the world does not need more weapons. The world needs more leaders like Otumfuo. I say that as a man who has spent his life in mining and investment, I know the value of what lies beneath the ground. But I have learned that the most precious of all is the kind of leadership that builds rather than divides, rather than destroys, reconciles, and sees in every conflict a peacemaking waiting to be negotiated. His Majesty has been mining that ore for 27 years. And then, of course, there is education. His Majesty understands, indeed, as all true great leaders do, that the most durable peace is not achieved at the signing ceremony. It is built slowly in classrooms, in the minds of children who learn to think critically, to engage with difference, to see humanity in the other. His Majesty's commitment to education as a tool for national development is not separate from his peacemaking. Indeed, it is his peacemaking extended across generations. An educated society creates its own conditions for peace. It builds institutions. It develops the capacity for reasoned disagreement. It produces citizens who settle disputes with words, not weapons. And in support dedication, Otumfuo is not simply fulfilling a royal duty. He is planting peace in soil that will bear fruit after all of us in this room have taken a bow. Ladies and gentlemen, Shakespeare's Mark Antony stood over Caesar's body and told Rome, I quote, "The good is often interred with their bones." He had to wait until his friend was dead before he could say the things that needed saying. And even then, he had to dress it in irony to get the crowd to listen. We are lucky here tonight. His Majesty is sitting here right with us, in very good health, in good humor, and in the full knowledge that what is being said is not in eulogy, but in celebration. We don't need irony. We don't need a funeral. And we certainly do not need to wait. Tonight, the ears are open, and so we speak. Tonight, we mark this occasion with gold, as Asante has always done over the years. The commemorative gold coin that honors His Majesty is not merely a beautiful object, though it certainly is. It is a statement. a statement that this community, this nation, this world chooses to recognize greatness in the living, to say thank you while the ears that need to hear are still open. The coin and all the artworks unveiled tonight will go into homes, offices, and treasuries around the world, carrying with them a very simple message that peace is possible, that one person in one chair with sufficient wisdom and moral courage can tip the scales. Your Majesty, in conclusion, 27 years ago, you ascended the golden stool and received the weight of an ancient kingdom. Since then, you have carried that weight brilliantly, and you have added to it the voluntary burden of other people's conflicts, other people's wounds, other people's unanswered questions. You did it because you understood that a king is only as great as the peace his kingdom enjoys, and that the boundaries of your kingdom in your hands have always extended as far as your conscience could reach. You have gathered here while you are still reigning to say in full voice what needs no funeral to be true. Ghana is better for it. Africa is better for it. And on this particular evening, the world is paying attention. Ayiko, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our chairman of the occasion, Dr. Samuel Isonjona. And now, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the founder of E-on-3, Mr. Richard Oforiatta, and of course, as you are here basking in the glory of our 27th anniversary of Otumfuo, World Meets in Ghana Executive Ball wants to extend its deep felt gratitude to our partners, the Menchia Palace, KGL Group, the Diaspora Affairs Office of the Office of the President. We also say a big thank you to the Commonwealth Secretariat, the Bank of Ghana, the Multi-Bank Group Dubai, the African Gold Market Association. We want to say a big thank you to Typhoon Greenfield, Ghana Link, Dayprag Tokenization LLC Dubai. Also, thank you to you, Stratcon Energy, Ghana Gold Board, Gold Coast Refinery, Dawak Gold Refinery, Caveman Watches, Popo Global Investment, Access Bank Ghana PLC, Emirates Gold DMCC, Devtraco Plus, and a touch of bronze. We say a big thank you, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our generous partners. And speaking about partnership, it gives me great pleasure to invite to the podium the Director of the Diaspora Affairs at the Office of the President. Ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished citizen and son of the soil, please warmly welcome the patriot, Mr. Kofi Osei Tutu.
Thank you very much indeed, Anita. I must say that having worked in the media space for about 30 years and having hosted about 3,000 events for the very first time in my life, I'm very nervous, in front of greatness. Our gracious host, Your Royal Majesty, Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, Asantehene, my king, our matriarch, Her Royal Highness Lady Julia Osei Tutu, the Queen Consort of the Ashanti Kingdom, His Royal Highness Ogiami Otuwati III, the Olu of the Warri Kingdom of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Royal Highness Olori Otuwati III, the Queen Consort of the Warri Kingdom, our special guest of honor, the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Excellency Shirley Ayokoboche, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, being represented here by my boss, the Deputy Chief of Staff, Nana Oye Bampo Addo, Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, former President of the Republic of Ghana, Excellency Mahmoud Bawumia, former Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, the Honorable Bernard Ahiafo, First Deputy Speaker of Parliament of the Republic of Ghana, His Lordship Justice Paul Bafoboni, Chief of Staff of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Wamkele Mene, Secretary General of AFTA Secretariat, Honorable Ministers of State, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Nananom, senior government officials, service commanders here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, colleagues from the media, my diaspora family, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. The Diaspora Affairs Office of the President, working alongside E-on-3 Group to host this evening, has been very deliberate. Tonight's gathering was not put together simply to mark an anniversary. It was actually organized because leadership, investment, diaspora engagement work together and better when they meet in the same room and deal with each other directly. 27 years under the leadership of Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, my king, has shown that steady leadership looks like over time. Stability here has not happened by chance. It's been very, very deliberate. It has come from discipline, consistency, and the ability to keep traditional authority relevant in a modern national setting. From the diaspora perspective, the consistency matters more than many people seem to realize. People living abroad do not invest where they feel very uncertain. They invest where they see order, respected authority, and continuity. And His Majesty's leadership, definitely, whose signal have remained clear. Everywhere you go in the world, people look up to us because we have an element of royalty that people can applaud and admire from a distance. We see this very clearly every year during the Akwesidae Festival, especially the one held in August. And I must say that this year we're taking that event to the United States in August, and people from different walks of life are going to be in Washington, D.C. as we celebrate Akwesidae Kese and Ghana for that matter. Many Ghanaians abroad plan their trips around it. They return because they want to reconnect with identity. But once they arrive, their attention naturally shifts to opportunity, being land, property, tourism, agriculture, and partnerships with local businesses. That pattern has been observed with consistency. Cultural connection opens the door. Trust keeps people engaged. And once people feel confident, business conversations begin and local trade ultimately benefits. This is one reason traditional institutions remain relevant in national development conversations. They provide stability where uncertainty might otherwise slow progress. Investors, particularly those in the diaspora, look closely at how stable leadership structures are in place before they commence business. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's gathering reflects that reality. Royal leadership, national leadership, private sector actors, and diaspora partners are all present when the right people meet in the same environment. Conversations move faster and decisions become more practical. The Diaspora Affairs, in partnership with E-on-3 Group, shows a clear understanding that heritage platforms are not just cultural spaces. They are also entry points into investment and collaboration when managed properly. Your Majesty, your leadership in the last 27 years has demonstrated that tradition does not have to stand apart from development. It can support it. It can provide the kind of stability that encourages people, both locally and abroad, to commit resources with confidence. Your Majesty, tonight is not only about recognizing years you've served. It is about recognizing consistency, the kind of consistency that builds confidence across communities and across borders. On behalf of the Diaspora Affairs Office of the President, we appreciate the opportunity to stand here in partnership for this occasion. May God continue to bless you, Oma Unkwada. May he continue to bless the Ashanti Kingdom, and of course, bless Ghana, our beautiful country, and Africa for that matter. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Kofi Otredako is the Director of Diaspora Affairs at the Office of the President. Thank you very much for that very warm address. And talking about consistency of efforts, we must certainly congratulate and tap our diasporan brothers and sisters for such consistency showed over the years. Joining us with warmth and affection, ladies and gentlemen, our brother all the way from the United States, Mr. Boris Kojo. Make him welcome with a round of applause. Thank you for joining us tonight. As we proceed, Sir Sam the Chair, Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's important that we acknowledge a very key partner, our headline sponsor, the KGL Group. This evening, we're joined by their leader, the Executive Chairman, who has helped build one of Ghana's most dynamic indigenous business groups, with interests spanning dynamic indigenous business groups from technology, gaming, digital innovation, finance, healthcare, sports, and social impact. A passionate advocate for African economic self-determination and the builder of enduring institutions. He's a three-time Group CEO of the Year at the Ghana CEO Excellence Awards from 2023 to 2025 and recipient of the Forbes Best of Africa Corporate Leadership and Innovation Award, Emmy Man of the Year, and the recipient of the Order of the Star of Ghana. He's addressed many thought leadership platforms at the University of Ghana, the Said Business School at Oxford, and the London School of Economics, to mention but a few. Would you please make welcome the celebrated Alex Apao.
Your Excellency and I go a very, very, very long way. And we've all been very, very proud diasporans. We lived in London together. He left London before some of us did to come to Ghana and become the Asantehene. So we have been very close friends and kept that friendship till now. Your Royal Majesty, we're so proud of you. The chairman of the occasion, Dr. Sam Jonah, and I always say we're friends like him, and those who have been ahead of us, we cannot afford to fail when we have mentors like him. Your Excellency Shirley Ayokoboche, Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Your Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, former President of the Republic, Your Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, former Vice President of the Republic, Your Royal Majesty, the Olu of Warri Kingdom, and Your Royal Highness from the Olu Kingdom. May I stand on all the protocols observed. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to stand before you tonight on behalf of Corporate Ghana and the KGL group of companies of which I lead as an Executive Chairman, to congratulate Your Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu. For 27 years, Otumfuo has demonstrated that true leadership is not about occupying a throne, but about transforming it into an instrument of peace and stability. He has shown us that tradition is not a limitation, it is a foundation. That culture is not static, it is dynamic. And that authority, when exercised with wisdom, can become a powerful force for national and global relevance. Your Excellency, Otumfuo, from mediating conflicts to strengthening social cohesion, from promoting education to championing development, Otumfuo's leadership has extended far beyond the boundaries of Asantehene. It has become a national asset and a continental reference point. And indeed, it has become a global symbol of peace-driven leadership. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, it is therefore entirely fitting that tonight we do not merely celebrate a monarch, but a pillar of peace and support for corporate Ghana and Ghanaian-owned enterprise. I recall years ago, during the launch of the gold coin, reflecting on the significance of that moment, I remarked that if the Ashanti Kingdom were trading on the international stock market, it would undoubtedly be one of the most profitable stocks to invest in. That statement holds even greater meaning today as it did then. As we continue to witness the strength, resilience, and the value of the Kingdom under Your Majesty's stewardship. At the KGL group of companies, our support for Asantehene is not incidental, it is deliberate. We have always believed that if you operate, and this happens also to be one of the largest markets in Ghana, the Ashanti Kingdom, or the Ashanti region. And we believe that if you operate in sectors and in regions that touch the public interest, then your responsibility must be greater than your ambition. Because if our businesses grow while society weakens, then that growth is not progress. It is an imbalance, and that is why our commitment to the Ashanti Kingdom is rooted in shared values. These are values of people upliftment, values of discipline and long-term thinking. Your Excellency, through the KGL Foundation, we have sought to translate these values into tangible impact. The KGL Foundation has worked closely with Asantehene in the last 6 years on two of as the KGL's 5 major pillars. We have worked with Asantehene on culture and heritage, and also on mental health care. On cultural heritage, through our sponsorship of events like this and the Gold Coin Initiative, we have helped fund the Heritage Museum in Ashanti region. And we have collaborated with Lady Julia to build one of the largest health facilities, the KGL If Medical Center, a multi-million-dollar initiative, which was commissioned by the Vice President in December. That was the first phase, and we are on to the next phase. So, on behalf of the KGL group of companies and corporate Ghana, we express our deepest gratitude and respect to His Majesty. Nana, your leadership has been a gift to this nation and to our continent. Through your calm authority, unwavering sense of justice, and your deep commitment to unity, you have shown us that true power lies not in dominance, but in restraint, not in words alone, but in action, and not in momentary influence, but in lasting impact. You have built bridges where others have built walls. Your legacy, therefore, is not one that is simply to be remembered, but it's one that will be felt. Felt in the peace that communities continue to enjoy today, felt in the strength of institutions you have helped shape, felt in the pride of the people whose identity you have protected and elevated. And long after today, and long after this gathering, long after all of us have played our part, your name, Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, will remain a reference point for leadership done right, for peace secured with wisdom, and for legacy built not for applause, but for generations. Because when we get it right, the world will not only meet in Ghana and Asantehene, the world will learn from Ghana and Asantehene. We ask for long health for you. May God bless Asantehene, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for the Executive Chairman of KGL Group, Mr. Alex Dade, which brings us to a warm and sumptuous meal. Ladies and gentlemen, dinner is now...
Otumfuo Osei Chintemo, Mama Mabria, and a passa, Musu Bria, your passa. Let me see, back to me chin, back to my nancy, Namu Bia Sawa, Namu Miro, Obi Bini, Mobi Bini, Adamu Moya. Kasamaya boni de rampa, na name asanabo. Jesus, Adamu Moya, Amen. Onyazi fufu biara. Nasamaya boni de rampa, na name asanabo. Anche amanan sananzi, yenta mkwangaro, nemi yinfuda, obabi nyembodamu. Inti really yo, na mama yakori sinyi, next the bribia yama, coffee waro, ama muntumuna, wajinjira na midin, afanabu, fama bane champion efi na meguda, sana dobi wo baby intina masanabi, fama bane champion na boni unipon, asam subani paranoki, ani mi wo bi osewa. Na Maria Moy, O Bibini Mo Bibini, Adamo Moya, Nani, Onyeda Fufu Biara, Samaya Bonnie the Rampa, the name of Salabo. Samaya boni de rampa, na name of Salabo.
Bibi to me see, Bize kusi oti kwanti bono, uniye mekano. science. It's your to me, Yamanu. Yamazika Mumino, Meko. Tachan 70. Tachan 79. Your doctor to go to one year, Jamu. Debbie be so many people. 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 I'm your mountain, Susumani Yodo. I'm your mountain, Susumani Yodo. Debbie be so many people. 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 I'm your mountain, Susumani Yodo. I'm your mountain, Susumani Yodo.
Music while we have dinner. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed with our program. It is now my distinct honor to invite to the podium a distinguished and forward-looking monarch and one of the youngest recipients of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in recognition for his commitment to leadership, cultural preservation, and community development, not only in Nigeria, but across the continent of Africa. Our dear Chair Sam Jonah, Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with warm applause and perhaps also on our feet, please allow us to make welcome Majesty Ogeme Atuwache III, the Olu of the Warri Kingdom, to share his keynote. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome His Majesty.
Thank you. Please sit down. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Being in the midst of the cream of Ghanaian society, I am going to try my best to be a very good Nigerian and stand on the already established protocol. Otumfuo and I were remarking that the earlier speeches were running a bit long, so I intend to move with alacrity so that he does not pinch me when I get back to my seat. This evening I acknowledge my brother, His Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, with the deepest respect. And even before my ascension, I admired you from a distance. And today, I am happy and honored to celebrate you at your right-hand side. I will not betray my age. Your brother earlier said you ascended the throne in 1999. I will not reveal at what level of education I was receiving in that year. All you need to know is that, according to my tradition and culture, once the crown is on my head, I no longer have an age. But I celebrate you as you mark 27 years of steady, disciplined leadership. Like the speaker before me, I affirm Otumfuo as a builder and guardian of peace, which is the result of deliberate leadership. I must highlight your influence to stability within Ghana and beyond. And I know that there are politicians in the room, including the former president, but to many of us outside Ghana, and I dare say this with humility, and I say it very carefully, that Otumfuo, in his own regal way, represents the face of Ghana. I make it clear that peace enables growth, investment, and dignity. It leads to outcomes in communities built on trust and continuity. As a fellow monarch, I must also take this opportunity to present monarchy as a stabilizing force in modern Africa, especially when the monarchy is God-led and people-focused. And I say this because God, who ordained it, and the ancestors who have upheld it, will all be watching, without any pressure, of course, to ensure that you do better than they did, and you hand an enviable inheritance to those who come after you. Therefore, thrones come with cultural authority, moral voice, and continuity. At this point, I would like to specially recognize the presence of Shirley Botchway, the Commonwealth Secretary General, who I adopted and gave the name Olu of Warri. Also, the representative of the President, John Dramani Mahama, as well as the former President, Nana Akufo-Addo. There must be strategic alignment between institutional and private sector partnerships, as well as an alignment between thrones, state, and global platforms. I would also like to use this moment to call for deeper cooperation among African monarchs. And I put my money where my mouth is by yet again presenting myself publicly as an African monarch who happens to be domiciled in Warri. And this is also part of why I was able to boldly bestow an Ishekiri name on a prominent Ghanaian lady. With this mindset, we can all share in the work of peace building, youth development, and economic vision. And this is certainly a collective continental responsibility. And in closing, Your Majesty, I offer my continued goodwill and pray that God will give you wisdom and strength in many years to come. I affirm solidarity between Warri Kingdom and Ashanti Kingdom, and I look forward to many years of peace and prosperity in Ashanti Kingdom, in Ghana, and across Africa. God bless you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for His Royal Majesty, the Olu of Warri, Ogiame Atuwashe III. And now let's take a moment to reflect on a legacy that continues to shape our nation and inspire our continent. Ladies and gentlemen, through moments of challenge and transition, His Majesty, Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, has stood as a steady force, guiding dialogue, fostering unity, and strengthening the fabric of society. And now, we would like for you to take a look at the screens as we not only go down memory lane, but as we come face to face with a clear understanding of why he is defined as our pillar of peace.
Receiving the gold coin, Otumfuo indicated that the commemorative coin is an honor he shares with Asantehene and Ghana. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo remarked that it is fitting for Otumfuo to be honored with a commemorative gold coin, noting that his contributions to the advancement of peace and stability in the nation are well documented.
It's appropriate that he be so duly honored, not honored on a continental level or international level, and also by the mention of this coin in his honor place. I'm grateful for the courtesy of your visit and the gift that you have given me. I appreciate it very much. And I'm hoping that developments like these become normal and customary in the development of our nation.
Former President John Ejiokum Kufuor believes that had Otumfuo's achievements in resolving the Dagbon conflict occurred in Europe or America, he and the two other monarchs who mediated the crisis will have been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. He recounted how Otumfuo facilitated Ghana's exit from the highly indebted poor countries initiative, HIPIC, leading the IMF and the World Bank Group to agree on debt relief totaling approximately $4 billion from Ghana's creditors.
The solution didn't lie in a legalistic solution, not a commission of inquiry. The people were not pacified. The police investigated to arrest criminals and so forth and so on. But still there was no peace in the ND and Dagbon generally. So I approached Otumfuo, put the matter before him, enlisted his help. Said, Nana, help me to assure the Dagombes that my government was innocent, that we wished the best for them, but we find ourselves in this trap that we are innocent of. Otumfuo considered the matter, it's all right. You join the two old kings and then approach the Dagombes to see if they would listen. We use traditional means to resolve this, the impasse there.
President John Dramani Mahama indicated that Otumfuo Osei Tutu II was the prime mover in settling the Dagbon crisis and mentioned his instrumental role in Ghana securing an extended credit facility from the IMF in 2016 to strengthen the economy.
When we had the crisis with the economy in 2013-2014, Paul will know all these things. We had implemented a single spine pay policy from Professor Mills' time. And 2012-2013 was when the arrears were kicking in. That is after placing everybody on the spine. And so we overshot in terms of revenue. We had been assured that it would be revenue neutral, but it turned out, to be quite a burden on the budget. And so we did the CG Forum, in which PBO of blessed memory, was one of the prime movers together with Kwame Piem and the others. And after that, they came up with a homegrown fiscal consolidation program. We tried to implement it, but the international investors didn't believe that we had the discipline to be able to do it. And so we tried to convince them, but they won't budge. And so eventually we realized that, if we were to get credibility behind the program, then we needed to go to the IMF. They wanted to see us under the schoolmaster before they believed that we could implement the program. Now we started talking to the IMF, and they were stalling the program and extending the discussions, negotiations. And after I finished meeting, they said, okay, and then they give you another day to meet another month away. It was critical to get this program locked in as quickly as possible. So one day, in one of my frustrations, I was in Marseille and I went to see him. And he asked me how things were going. And then I explained to him what was going on. And then I remember that, he had quite some good friends in high places. So I just said, can you intervene in this thing? I don't know facility from getting to speed up these negotiations for a program for us. And he readily accepted. And because of that request, he got ready to call the Mufferson. He took a flight, he flew, met him, they went together to Washington, and Jim Mufferson took him to, at that time, the IMF director was Madame Lagarde. Yeah, and they went and saw her. And after the meeting, in a short space of time, things changed, and then suddenly we had the extended credit facility, the ECF.
Hello? Hello? Ebwana nasaye bebe sinso na moyi nana beka debi o aye Ebwa sasime tumino nana bebe sinso na afio uma bebo dibo aye
And for this, the world meets in Ghana to celebrate our King for 27 impactful years of peace, nation building, and sustainable development. Put your hands together for His Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, King of Asante. Sir Sam, the Chair, Your Excellencies, Your Majesties, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today we're joined by a woman who returns home not as a guest, but a true daughter of the motherland. Her presence this evening in the presence of our King, whose own reign has been a masterclass in the very values she now owns very dearly. Values of patience, of principles, and of hard work, something that lasts. She brings to her office more than 2 decades of leadership in diplomacy, international relations, culminating in her immediate past role as Ghana's Minister for Foreign Affairs. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome back home with warmth and affection, yours and mine, Her Excellency Shirley Ayoko Botry, by the grace of God, Secretary General of the Commonwealth.
Our distinguished Chairperson, Sir Sam Jonah, Your Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, Asantehene, our host, Her Royal Highness, Lady Julia Osei Tutu, the Deputy Chief of Staff, Nana Oyebampoado, representing the President of the Republic. Your Excellency, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, former President of the Republic. The Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Former Vice President Dr. Alhaji Bawumia, the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Your Royal Majesty Ogiame Achuache III, Olu of Warri Kingdom, Her Royal Highness Olori Atuache III, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, led by the Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Bernard Ahiafo, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a profound honor to join you this evening at Menchia Palace in this great city of Kumasi for this special celebration. I am deeply grateful for the generous invitation extended to me, and I bring warm greetings from the Commonwealth family. Tonight, we gather to mark the 27th anniversary of the coronation of His Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II. And in doing so, we honor a leader whose reign has come to symbolize something rare and precious in our time. The patient, principled, wise and far-sighted work of peacemaking. That is why this occasion matters so much, because peace is often spoken of as an aspiration, but in truth, peace is work. Peace is leadership. It is judgment. It is restraint. It is the ability to hold trust across difference and to summon reconciliation where others see only division. That is the work Otumfuo has undertaken in Ghana, and it is why he is rightly recognized not only as the occupant of the revered golden stool, but as a world leader and a pillar of peace. His Majesty has shown over many years that traditional leadership and modern statecraft are not in contradiction. At their best, they strengthen one another. The moral authority of tradition, exercised with wisdom and integrity, can help societies find balance, restore dialogue, and move forward together, anchored in values tested by time. That is a lesson the world needs, perhaps now more than ever. We live in a time of sharpened tensions and deep uncertainty. Across regions, we see conflict, mistrust, democratic strain, economic anxiety, and communities unsettled by rapid change. Many people feel that institutions are becoming more distant, just when reassurance and stability are needed most. The response to this uncertainty begins with leadership. Leadership that is steady enough to calm tensions. Leadership that is generous enough to build bridges. Leadership that understands that dignity, dialogue, and justice are not abstract ideals, but the foundations of national and regional cohesion and lasting progress. That is why tonight's theme, Advancing Peace and Sustainable Economic Development Through Royal Vision, is so important. Peace and development are not separate pursuits. One depends upon the other. Without peace, there can be no durable investment. Without stability, there can be no broad-based prosperity. Without trust, no society can fully unlock the talents and loyalty of its people. Without peace, stability, and trust, societies pay a heavy price, including the higher price of credit. This is true across the Commonwealth. It is true across Africa, and it is true here in Ghana. As Commonwealth Secretary General, I see every day how much our member states need institutions and leadership that can prevent division, strengthen confidence, and create the conditions in which opportunity touches everyone. And I see how peace is not merely the absence of conflict, it is the presence of fairness, voice, legitimacy, and hope. That is why the Commonwealth attaches such value to the work of mediation, dialogue, and reconciliation. His Majesty's record in helping to settle disputes, ease tensions, and lend his authority to the national interest stands as a powerful example of peace building in practice. It reminds us that some of the most consequential acts of leadership do not always take place on the largest stages. Often, they happen through quiet persistence, patient listening, and the confidence to place unity above applause. That kind of leadership leaves a mark not only on institutions, but on generations. Tonight, as a daughter of Ghana serving the wider Commonwealth, this occasion carries particular meaning for me. Ghana has offered Africa and the world an example of democratic resilience, civic tradition, and Pan-African confidence. And within Ghana, the role of esteemed traditional institutions has remained an important source of continuity, identity, and wisdom. So tonight, we celebrate not only a monarch, but a model of leadership rooted in culture yet engaged with the modern world, grounded in heritage yet responsive to the demands of peace, development, and national renewal. Your Majesty, on behalf of the Commonwealth, on behalf of His Majesty King Charles III, your dear friend, and in my own name, I pay tribute to your distinguished service. We honor your commitment to peace. We honor your service to Asantehene and to Ghana and the world. And we honor the example you continue to offer to all who believe that leadership should unite, not divide. Leadership should heal, not inflame. And leadership should leave a nation stronger, calmer, and more confident than it was before. Your Majesty, may your legacy continue to inspire. And may Ghana, the Commonwealth, and our wider world continue to draw strength from the truth that peace is our greatest virtue. It is vision, it is courage, and it's the surest foundation on which to build lasting prosperity. I thank you.
The golden stool of Ashanti commands the powerful aura typical of monarchies, yet this authority, like all others, is not immune to the peculiar challenges needed to be surmounted. It is not so much about the golden stool itself. It is more about the constituents of the Ashanti Kingdom. As a human institution, traditional authorities which pay homage to the golden stool also bear the frailties which degenerate into chieftaincy disputes and land litigations. the Hydra-headed conflicts had already run into intractabilities until Asantehene Otumfuo Osei Tutu II assumed his traditional inheritance in 1999. The dire cases that defied solutions for decades were confronted by the then new king, and with his success were their rapid resolutions. In a remarkable display of traditional leadership, Otumfuo Osei Tutu II has settled over 20 major litigation cases across Asantehene, some of which had festered for more than 2 decades, stalling development and threatening communal peace. Among the most protracted was the Ifijase stool affair, which dragged on for an astonishing 23 years before the Asantehene's intervention. Between February 2001 and November 2002, 7 sittings brought closure to a dispute that had crippled progress in the community for nearly a generation. The Tepa stool case, which had lingered for 13 years, was resolved in just 5 sittings between August and October 1999. Similarly, the Adontain stool dispute, also lasting 13 years, concluded after 11 sittings from July 1999 to September 2000. Some settlements were remarkably swift. The Bechem stool affair, which had troubled the community for 6 years, was resolved in a single sitting on May 11, 2000. The Sechidumasi case required only 2 sittings to end 6 years of legal turmoil. The Aguna stool case demanded greater patience, with 14 sittings over nearly 3 years, from July 1999 to April 2002, to resolve 8 years of conflict. The Tafo and Sampa disputes, spanning 11 years and 12 years respectively, also found resolution under Otumfuo's wise arbitration. The Tafo case earned him the accolade King Solomon. Other communities that have benefited include Bekwai, Kukufu, Goso, Asafo, Akwabwa, Edumasa, Siadu, Achiakrum, Ahia, Buankra, Kumewu, and Ofenso. His palace continues to serve as a final court of appeal where peace, not legal technicalities, prevails.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to bring you the custodian of the words of a statesman whose leadership has been defined by service to the nation, commitment to unity, and an unwavering dedication to peace and progress. Recognized for advancing the Dagbon peace process, for supporting the work of His Majesty's Committee of Eminent Chiefs, and for overseeing the Boku mediation process through to its conclusion and beyond. Majesties, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I now present to you His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, here represented by the Honorable Nana Oye Bampo, Deputy Chief of Staff at the Office of the President. Please.
The chair of this occasion, Sir Sam Jonah, His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, Asantehene, and occupant of the Golden Stool and the Pillar of Peace, Her Ladyship, Lady Julia, His Lordship, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, Justice Paul Bafo-Boni, the Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Ghana, Honorable Bernard Anhiafo, the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Her Excellency Shirley Ayoko Botchwey, the Olu of Warri, His Royal Majesty Ogiame Otuwache III, and the Queen Consort of the Warri Kingdom, the former President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the former Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Bawumia, Ministers of State, Minister of Interior, Works and Housing, Local Government, Deputy Minister of Defense, the CDS, the IGP, the Ashanti Regional Minister, the Majority Leader of Parliament, Honorable Ayariga. It is a great privilege to stand before your Royal Majesty tonight on behalf of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, who has asked me to assure your Majesty that his heart is fully present in this hall. Your Majesty, the President considers the recognition you are giving him a very special honor. Tonight marks 27 years on the Golden Stool of the Ashanti Kingdom, a throne that has carried on the pride of Ghana, the history and the soul of Ghana, long before Ghana gained her independence. The Ashanti Kingdom contributed greatly to who we are as a people in Ghana. Your Majesty inherited that legacy and has enlarged it in ways that belong to all of us and not only to Asanteman. Ladies and gentlemen, when the Dagbon chieftaincy crisis threatened peace in Ghana, your Majesty stepped forward. With patience, moral authority, the tireless dedication, the mediation process that your Majesty led resulted in the historic enskinment of a new Yana in January 2019, and this restored peace to Dagbon after decades of conflicts. When Boko threatened to become a national security crisis in Ghana, Ghana once turned again to you, your Majesty. Month after month, your Majesty convened the feuding parties here at Menchia Palace with the same calm and collected focus and dedication. You refused to give up on peace for the sake of Ghana. When your Majesty submitted the Boko mediation report to President Mahama in December 2025, the President said words he truly means. Otumfuo has shown that he does not belong to Ashanti alone. He is a national asset. Your Majesty, this recognition is also a reflection of shared values. President Mahama has built his governance on tolerance, respect, dialogue for every single Ghanaian voice. He believes that democracy is only real when it makes room even for those who disagree. And these are values he shares with your Royal Majesty, and Ghana is better for it. Significantly, the President would be the first to say that this honor is not just about him. It belongs to every single Ghanaian who chooses peace over conflicts and tolerance over bitterness. It is an encouragement to all of us to hold the line for the Ghana that we all love. On behalf of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, the government and the people of Ghana, we say to your Royal Majesty, thank you for 27 years of service, that has made Ghana stronger, more peaceful, and proud. Thank you for recognizing His Excellency John Dramani Mahama on this very historic day. Long live Your Majesty, long live our dear Republic, and may peace continue to reign in Ghana. Thank you.
Why don't you help me celebrate the President of our Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and for those very amazing words delivered to us through his Deputy Chief of Staff, the Honorable Nana Oye Bampoado. Thank you ever so much for those warm words. And now, Sir Sam the Chair, Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, here to give us an overview of the customized gold coin and artworks celebrated ace broadcaster and a voice of conscience and reason, Kwame Sefakai.
Sir Sam Jonah, our chairman. The list is quite long. I crave your indulgence that you forgive me for if I skip. But Sir Sam Jonah, our chairman, I'd also like to acknowledge His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, represented here by Deputy Chief of Staff Nana Oye Bampoado. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of former President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, former Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, my Lord the Chief Justice Paul Bafuboni, Commonwealth Secretary General Her Excellency Shirley Ayokoboche. I'd also like to acknowledge Nananum, the Chief of the Defense Staff of the Republic of Ghana, Lieutenant General William Ejepong, and his entourage. I'd like to acknowledge you, sir. I'd also like to acknowledge the Inspector General of Police of the Republic of Ghana, Christian Tete Yohono, and your entourage. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. How did we get here? How did we get here? In 2019, Your Majesty, Otumfuo Osei Tutu, in these hallowed grounds of Menchia, was awarded the Pillar of Peace. And I'm sure with the videos and speakers before me, we all know what he has done to ensure that there's been peace, not only politically, traditionally, environmentally, and even economically, as former President Kufuor and current President John Dramani Mahama have alluded to. Fast forward to the year 2021. The gold coin was launched. This gold coin was launched with the express permission of the Governor of the Bank of Ghana and, of course, the Republic of Ghana thereof. In 2021, when the gold coin was launched, we would like to say and pay tribute to Mr. Alex Dade and his group KGL. Alex, thank you very much. In 2021, I remember, on these hallowed traditional grounds, KGL purchased the very first gold coin at 1 million cedis at a time. Hey, yambon seman kakra misrem. And you'll be an 1 million ASR. Interestingly, KGL then decided that they were going to continue to sponsor the entire gold coin train. And how did the train then go? This train went all the way to Memphis in the United States of America. At the Memphis in May International Festival in 2022, KGL was there. The gold coin also traveled all the way. It made a stop at the residence of former President John Ajekum Kufuor. He made a stop at the then
former President John Dramani Mahama. He made a stop at the then current President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. He also made a stop at the then former Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. He made a stop at the table of our chairman for tonight, Sir Sam Jonah. Aside many stops that the gold coin made, in October of last year, the gold coin traveled all the way to the United Kingdom and made a stop at the Commonwealth Secretariat, planted firmly on the desk of one of the most distinguished Ghanaians we've ever had and are celebrating today, a true daughter of the land, Her Excellency the Commonwealth Secretary General, Shirley Ayoko Boche. And all of these were very kindly sponsored by KGL. And for that matter, I'd ask for a round of applause once again for KGL. Thanking you very much for supporting the journey of the gold coin. Tonight, there'll be several presentations, but two of them are very important to us. The very first presentation will be the rebranded gold coin, which comes in a box. Very interesting, we'll get to that point. We'll do two presentations. The gold coin is actually at the auspices of His Majesty, the Asantehene. We'll do the presentation to His Majesty, and we're doing this presentation to tell him that since 2019, when we started this journey, several years later, this is how far we've come with the gold coin, properly branded, and we'll do the presentation to him. After which, we'll do another presentation to the governor of the central bank, minus the Bank of Ghana that gave authorization, ladies and gentlemen, that we know gold coin. And so these two presentations, first of all, to His Majesty Otumfuo the Asantehene, and then secondly, to the governor of the central bank, will do. Now, after that, I'll come to my next point. But at this point, Your Majesty, with your kind indulgence, I'd like to ask that we bring those two boxes here now. And so these two boxes, some of which will be auctioned later tonight. The very first presentation, I'd like to invite Her Excellency Shirley Ayoko Boche to do the very first presentation to His Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu, who has ensured that this entire ceremony has come to be what it is today. So, presentation by Commonwealth Secretary General, Her Excellency Shirley Ayoko Boche, presenting the gold coin in a box to His Majesty Otumfuo the Asantehene, and he has 1 ounce of gold. Madam Ayoko Boche, please resume your seat. The second presentation will be done by His Majesty the Asantehene. And at this point, I'd like to invite the Governor of the Central Bank, Dr. Pandit Esiama, to receive a copy of the gold coin, newly minted in a box. Thank you, Governor. You authorized the minting of the gold coin. Presentation by His Majesty the Asantehene, assisted by the Chief Executive of E-on-3 Group, Richard Foriata J. Thank you, Your Majesty. Dr. Esiama, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Her Excellency Shirley Ayokoboche. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the very next stage is going to be very interesting. Very interesting because we're all here as guests of His Majesty. We're all here to support His Majesty. We're going to have an auction, and I'll be very happy to delegate and introduce a man who is well versed at these things. He can smell money from 2 million miles away. He has worked with money all his life. But before I invite him, I'd like to tell you what we are auctioning tonight. Tonight we have an artwork. The artwork has 14 ounces of gold. There are 3 pieces of that artwork. Each of them contains 14 ounces of gold. 14 because it is a pillar of peace. When you add a pillar of peace, you get 14 letters. 3 of those artworks will be auctioned. The next one is just one. 27 ounces of gold. Just one artwork. 27 ounces represents 27 years of the reign of His Majesty, the Asantehene. We have just one that will be auctioned. After that, the presentation we saw, the gold coin in boxes with an inbuilt screen, each of them an ounce of gold, would also be auctioned. I'd entreat all of us here to dig deep, contribute to this august occasion, to the continued reign of His Majesty, and to support all his projects. At this point, I'd like to invite to do the auction. As I said, he smells money 2 million miles away because that's all he's done all his life. Money, finance, economics, and business. He's currently the board chair of the National Investment Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, I present Mr. Frank Edu.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. When the earlier speakers were speaking, introductory remarks, I timed all of them. On average, it took 2 minutes to acknowledge all the dignitaries present. I shall not do same for fear of failure. So let me say, my kin, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I don't have a prepared speech. I shall go extempore, and may God help me. My job is quite simple, but also very challenging. Because when I was asked to do this, I'm sure some of you saw me going all over the place. For fear of failure, I was trying to pre-sell before I got here. Was I successful? Honestly, I do not know. I think that Otumfuo Osei and Mr. Sapon at GRA have done a very good job, because the people I spoke with were all afraid of the taxman calling on them on Monday if they showed their hand today. Nonetheless, we shall persevere, for we are survivors and we are grafters. So, what are we starting off with? The 14-ounce artwork. There are 3 of them. The first one, I shall not auction. The first one, I have the distinct honor, privilege to present that to the man of the moment, the one and only Otumfuo Osei Tutu. Nana. Wadaroma.
Health and safety announcement. If you're a doctor or a nurse, please meet me at the foyer immediately. A doctor or a nurse, please meet me at the foyer immediately. Thank you.
Now that Otumfuo has graciously accepted this artwork, it should be easy for me to auction 2 of the same. I have a reserve price. Remember, these are 14 ounces, represented in 14 coins. The average price of, before I continue, let me recognize specifically Dr. Johnson Esiama, the governor of the central bank. He approves every request. He is the one who approves every request I take to the central bank. Let me not wrong him. Governor, good evening. Thank you very much. So I think last week the governor put out the price for 1 ounce Bank of Ghana gold coin, and it was 56,000 cedis or thereabouts. So that puts me very close to 1 million. And so I have a reserve price of 1 million cedis for this piece of artwork. Do I have any takers? Please don't feel shy. This will not show up on social media. If it does, there are enough parliamentarians here who will prevail upon Mr. Sapon not to worry you. Where's my phone? There are some people promised to support me. Do I have any? Can I have my phone, please? Is there? Ladies and gentlemen, this is for peace. Let me tell you a little bit about what the money would be used for. It is going to build a cultural center to preserve the history and tradition of Asantehene, and to tell the 7-year-old history and story of this great kingdom of ours. It will help educate people and understand the influence of Asantehene in Ghana's history. I have a bit coming up. Please, if you want me 5
No. I'll give 1 million Ghana city.
please mention your name. Midime home.
Edward Enin.
Efreno, Midime home, not Odime home. Midime home, Edward Enin. Yeah, that's. Let me try. I think you can go and shake it. Gentlemen, you are standing. Are you coming forward? Yes. In East Africa, we'll call you Muzungu. In Ghana, we'll call you Broni. You're not coming forward. You did what? But you drank our wine, haven't you? We have one more to go. I think I have a bid. The power of technology. I have a bid, and the bid says a silent bid. Okay. Yes. Please bring the artwork. The silent bid is okay. I'll need somebody to collect it. You collect it for the person. I will remain gender neutral. Please bring it. We have a bid. Yes, bring it forward. For the second artwork, the 14 ounce. Yes. Yes, that's one. Yes. So bring it up. Please check your phone. I've responded. It's yours. As we wait for the 14-ounce artwork to be brought forward, it's coming. This is the second 14-ounce. Okay. So, okay, thank you very much. So, Mr. Enning and the silent bidder, this is what you're going to get. Thank you. Now, yes, you may. Now, we have an artwork which is 27 ounces of gold, every ounce representing one of the 27 years of His Majesty's peaceful, impactful, and successful reign. It comes with 4 watch pieces on it and 27 pieces of gold, 1 ounce each. The watches, in the spirit of promoting local entrepreneurship, were manufactured by Caveman Watches. I think Caveman is here. Caveman, if you'll come forward, we need to celebrate you. He makes His Excellency the President's watches. Now, 27 ounces times 56. If I do the maths, that's Caveman watches for you. Thank you very much for your kind donation. $27 times 56 is not quite 2 million, but it's very close. So I start at 2 million. Listen, the way the Strait of Hormuz is opening and closing, very soon, an ounce of gold will probably be 100,000 cedis. And this will be worth 2.7 million cedis. Do I have a bid? I wish I could ask the IGP or the Army Commander or the Chief Justice to bid. But we know they can't bid. We know their salaries. But we have, Uncle Sam says I shouldn't call his name. Alhaji Yusuf, inshallah, says I shouldn't call his name. We have some cocoa magnates here, you know. Ladies and gentlemen, don't leave me in the lurch, please. Can I get a bid for 2 million cedis? Can I get a bid for 2 million cedis? Okay, anybody should give me a bid. Give me a number. Let's take a number. 1.5. Okay, I'll work with that. But 1.5 means that you are buying the gold at a discount. Then I might as well keep it for myself. Do I have anything better than 1.5? You're not supposed to profit, you know, so, but I'll take the 1.5. When somebody owes you 2 million cedis and offers to give you 200 cedis, you take it and you go after the person. 1.5. Can I have 1.7? 1.7? Nana? I said, now you're critical. I am critical. I should take it. With reluctance. But I thank you. 1.5. Come, please come for it. Your name, sir? Tell us. I won't accept 1.5. Nick. That's where they obituary 2 million. Main penny. Oh, if you're catching them, obituary 2 million. I say 1.5. Okay, you're budgeting 1.5 right now. But you're budgeting 500,000 later. Why? You're not going to be Okay. Okay. So we have 4 1-ounce gold coins at 250,000 cedis each. But I'm not going to, in the interest of time, I'm not going to do the auction. I'm going to announce my telephone number though. By the end of the evening, if any one of you is touched and you want to buy any one of these 4 coins, just send me a text or WhatsApp. And my number is 0244 314423. 0244 314423. Nana, with us.
A job well done for God, the crown, and the country. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Frank Edu Jr. And shortly we get to hear from our king, but before that, please.
He says if you don't present to him publicly, he won't pay. Any, he never presents it publicly. And I will beg your indulgence. Your grandson says that he wants you to present it to him.
For such a beautiful gesture celebrating our king, please put your hands together one more time. Shortly we get to hear from our king, but before that, the service of dessert. Bon appetit, and I'll see you shortly. DJ and the Dusty, we're all yours. It's 11:17. It's a good time to call this house to order with the service of desserts almost over. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask that we all be seated as we prepare to receive our King. Waiters, respectfully I ask that you proceed to your quarters. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I pray silence. Tonight's theme, advancing peace and sustainable economic development through royal vision, was not written around an abstraction. It was written around a life, around the choices made quietly right here at the Menchia Palace and loudly on the world's stages, around the handshakes that prevented wars and the investments that created futures, around the understanding, rare and precious, that peace is not the abstract or the absence of conflict, it is the presence of justice, of dignity, and of opportunity distributed with something approaching fairness. That understanding lives in a man. It walks with him. It precedes him into every room. And so tonight, as you rise, you not only rise for substance, you are rising for 27 years of a reign that has made Ghana prouder, Africa stronger, and the world in ways it may not yet fully appreciate, more peaceful. You are rising because some presences command not applause, but gratitude. And gratitude, when it's genuine, rises to its feet. The good and great herein gathered, please rise and receive God's gift to us. The King of Asante, His Majesty, Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, our pillar of peace.
Wasaji fogu nyagwasio krasantina dwe kasangen. Wasaji fogu nyagwasio krasantina dwe kasangen. Koto kwa ine kase krobia ine kasangen. Koto kwa ine kase krobia ine kasangen. Mema krobia irifia ngumane koto kungen. Mema krobia irifia ngumane koto kungen. Asante chanto chmo champon fungen. Asante chanto chmo champon fungen. Asante sesebo sumandite. Asante sesebo Robia Santina Dwe Kasangen. Robia Santina Dwe Kasangen. Sechiche Modi Nyavisio. Sechiche Modi Nyavisio. Why Nebanya Sajuso Supani near Kabakuma Zikapo Bano? Why Nebanya Sajuso Supani near Kabakuma Zikapo Bano? Binya Sabianco baby. Oh, Binya Sabianco baby. I'm not 30 February them lefe Kasangen. I'm not 30 February lefe Kasangen. Chewan and Toffimo. Chewan and Toffimo. The Frodadio Chmo Champon Fungen. Oh, the Frodadio Chmo Champon Fungen. Oh, so Nicroyos Mandite. Oh, so Nicroyos Mandite. Jaqua Jalina, dear Seding. Jaqua Jarina, dear Seding. Acusibio Cumro Chmo Champon Fungen. Acusibio Cumro Chmo Champon Fungen. A Jaco Frise from Po, Demi Favisi. A Jaco Frise from Puno, Demi Favisi. Set to 12 more than Yavisio. Set to 12 more than Yavisio. When I was mine, Cabom. Punto ni Kosoba wasanti mamne Ghana manyina. Una na musuma nkabo punto ni Kosoba Ghana ni wasanti manyina. Obinya Sebianco baby. Obinya Sebianco baby. Blagwa bakana ne frampo damni favisi. Blagwa bakana ne frampo no damni favisi. Mema dabendo da kwa yadungen. Mema dabendo da kwa yadungen. Yadom na ne dia kubo jojo tata chmo champo nifungen. Yadom na ne dia kubo jojo tata chmo champo nifungen. O to sika samana jijakungen. Oh, to sika sama na jija kungen. Jakwe baba nko nyom flower. Jakwe baba nko nyom flower. Ina flower from po damli fao. Ina flower from po no damli fao. Set to me mo di nya visio. Set to mo di nya visio. Wasaji fogu nya gwasingen. Wasaji fogu nya gwasingen. Cross antina dwe kasangen. Oh, cross antina dwe kasangen. Wo kubeda to baba de me fa gunya gwase ajuna chemewra.
I'm sure all our guests here have been recognized, and therefore I don't have to go back to recognizing everybody again. My brother Chairman, we give thanks to the Most High God for yet another year. And not just another year, but another year of great possibilities for divine grace and fulfilled aspirations. Tonight, we celebrate the most valuable gift of God that God has given us, the gift of peace. And we can only begin by saluting all our peacemakers and peace builders. From our gallant men and women in uniform, the soldiers and the police who are risking their lives each day for our safety and security, to our religious leaders, academics, opinion leaders, through whom morale composed we are kept in the straight and narrow. As the Bible says, blessed are the peacemakers, and to them we extend the eternal gratitude of the nation. We are honored to have our special guest of honor, Ghana's newest contribution to the international public service, Her Excellency Shirley Ayoko Obotre, Secretary General of the Commonwealth of Nations. Shirley follows in a distinguished line of illustrious Ghanaians who have helped shape the architecture of the international order since Ghana joined the Committee of Free Nations in 1957. Beginning with A.L. Adu, we have had Dr. Robert Gardner, Kenneth Dazi, General Eskin, Cardinal Texan, K.Y. Amakon, on to our Reverend Busuru Kofi Annan, whose tenure as Secretary General of the United Nations remains among the most memorable in the history of the organization. It is fitting in celebrating the peace of the nation that we acknowledge the leadership that has made this possible. So tonight, we honor His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the President of the Republic of Ghana, and his two living predecessors, President John Agyekum Kufuor and Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, for their contributions to office in the preservation of peace in the peace of the nation. President Kufuor set the tone by entrusting us with the delicate task of helping to resolve the seemingly intractable conflict within the Gabon Kingdom. We were able to achieve a resolution under President Akufo-Addo, who in turn handed us the challenge of the Boko conflict. And by the forthright action of President Mahama, we hope the stake has been set for the restoration of harmony in time to Boko. In honoring them tonight, we are underlining our commitment to the unity of our nation and to greater harmony and consensus building in our political discourse. We seek to affirm that in office or out of office, Menchia is home to whoever has the unique privilege of drawing the sacred sword of the state and swearing allegiance to the people. We know what it means to draw the impompous sword and swear to the people, and the moral and spiritual significance can never be lost or undervalued. Sadly, the adversarial nature of politics often threatens to overrun our natural instincts for civility and brotherliness. But Menchia remains determined to ensure Ghanaians do not give in to the corrosive embers of misguided politics, but remain true to our time-honored traditional values of respect for our elders. Our goal is to create conditions for consensus building and mitigate the effects of the perpetual acrimony we continue to experience. In honoring them tonight, we also want the nation to create space for them as seven and former heads of state to engage on critical national issues, not as adversaries, but as elder statesmen whose insights can be invaluable in the search for solutions to our myriad national issues. This can be a massive boost not only for orderly governance, but for the peace and harmony of the state. Let me seize this opportunity to say thank you to the Olu of Warri and his consort, Queen Consort, for making time to be with us to celebrate with us tonight. We thank you very much for coming. Our experience tells us that no one can take the peace of the land for granted. Beyond the settlements which occupy the headlines, much of our time has been spent resolving disputes and holding off conflicts, which could have had dire consequences on our communities. Our role has had a massive impact on the operations of business, providing perhaps the only access to the free resolution of litigation. Indeed, when I look back on the number of cases we have resolved and continue to resolve, and consider the impact they have made on the cost of doing business as well as the harmony it has established among families, we can only be thankful for the wisdom and ingenuity of our forefathers who created the structures on which chieftaincy is built. That is why I continue to impress upon the nation that traditional leadership needs to be nurtured and supported to be able to continue as a bedrock of peace and a catalyst for development. This year, thanks to our innovative Inspector General of Police, we have begun a new initiative in community peace building through collaboration between traditional leadership and law enforcement. But, Mr. Chairman, peace is indivisible. It cannot be preserved or protected in isolation. In the global village, which is the state of our world, there's nothing like an isolated conflict, and there's no immunity for anyone from the ravages of conflict anywhere. So, wherever the peace is threatened, the whole world is threatened. So we cannot talk about peace in Ghana without feeling the crushing weight of and the corrosive impact of the wars raging in Europe and the Middle East. Every Ghanaian must feel a sense of pride that once again, we have a daughter in the pool of international diplomacy. Our pride is that. Our pride is the greater when you realize that the office to which our daughter has been elected has been of Ghana's manifest contributions to the sustenance of international order. At a time when the Commonwealth was drifting amidst an uncertain political climate, it was the proposal of Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, our founding Prime Minister, which led to the creation of the office that was to give us the institutional stability that Commonwealth has enjoyed and continues to relish. Unfortunately, Shirley could not have stepped into the job at a more challenging time. The entire international order on which the peace of the world has been sustained since the last World War is now under threat. We now need the wisdom of King Solomon and the patience of Job to help us to navigate through the treacherous terrain. The geopolitical uncertainties of today pose a serious challenge to the Commonwealth. As the largest grouping of sovereign states outside the United Nations, spanning virtually all the continents and across all religious faiths, it stands as one repository of the values of history and tradition on which a stable world order can be sustained. So we hope, even amidst the bloodshed and carnage, that there is a scope for the Commonwealth to act as a bridge between the combatants and a bridge to lasting peace. Tonight, we convey to the powers who carry the destiny of the world on their fingertips to hearken to the cries of the millions who are the collateral victims of wars about which they have not the faintest idea. There's not a soul in Sassam or Tuobodom, Bimbila or Anehu who has the foggiest notion about the cause of the wars. And yet, there's no single Ghanaian in city, town or village, and no African anywhere who is not being impacted by the raging wars. Indeed, I submit that the heart-rending suffering we are seeing on the airwaves are only a tip of the iceberg. The true collateral damage to the innocent villages of the globe is yet to be measured. The innocent millions of the world who are the collateral victims are crying in silence, and their cries of anguish and the tears of despair can no more be ignored. Nor can our hearts bear the continued suffering of those who are the direct victims of these wars. So tonight, from Kiev to Tehran, from Tel Aviv to Beirut, we appeal, we plead for peace to prevail. My brother Chairman, even as we focus on peace, we cannot ignore the reality that there are preconditions for the sustenance of peace. Good governance, the rule of law, and a sound, resilient economy. We are not only celebrating 27 years of our reign, we are also celebrating the 70th year of the birth of Ghana as a sovereign nation. As you know, next year marks the 70th year of our birth and beginning of the 7th decade of our nationhood. We have every hope that the happy signs we see must be a prelude to a happier decade to come. Destiny has conferred on His Excellency President Dramani Mahama the duty of leading his people into the 7th decade of nationhood. As always, we remain faithful to the President on the journey towards the fulfillment of his mandate, and we cherish the hope that his legacy to successors will be a Ghana wealthier, happier, and prouder than he inherited. Along the journey, we hope he will help set the tone for a new politics for the decade of the 70s. A new politics less in acrimony, zero tolerance of insults, laid on the foundations of truth, discipline and respect for law and order, and focused on the 3 pillars of development, development, and development. We need a new paradigm in relations between the state and business, which recognizes that successful governance is dedicated on success in business, and business becomes the key barometer by which we measure national prosperity. The reality today is that there is no free lunch at the inn any longer. The current international order has no room for the lazy, the reckless, or the indisciplined. More than at any time in history, we have to survive by the sweat of our brows. It calls for a major attitudinal change at all levels of society. It is a challenge as much to our leaders as it is to every citizen of the land. For too long, we have indulged the luxury of blaming everybody else but ourselves for our woes. We even continue to blame the First Republic, which ended 60 years ago, for our failings today. Yes, 60 years later, we blame the government for corruption, but we ignore that the fact that we ourselves are ourselves responsible for stimulating it. Politicians blame religious leaders for mounting moral turpitude, and religious leaders blame politicians for lacking moral discipline. Parents blame schools for lack of discipline, and schools blame parents for lack of parental care. It is time to end the fruitless blame game. Each of us must look at ourselves in the mirror and ask, what can we do better for ourselves, for our families, and for the nation? It is the only way forward. When a Ghanaian walks into a shopping mall and finds more than 90% of the goods on offer to be imported, it must strike him instantly that there is a huge market for manufacturing in the country. And if there's any entrepreneurial instinct in him, it must drive him to explore the possibilities for investment. It is not a matter for government. It is a matter of business. It has been refreshing to listen to a number of initiatives from government to stimulate private sector production in agriculture, forestry, and industries. The creation of the Tree Crop Authority is a welcome innovation, and the efforts of the Ministry of Trade to drive investment in agro-business is another step in this direction. The challenge now is how the people are responding. The history of Ghana is replete with a number of government initiatives that have ultimately bitten the dust because the people have responded to them more as political gestures than as serious efforts at economic development. We cannot afford another phase of the same routine. The people of Ghana need to demonstrate first that we care for the economic development of our nation. Secondly, we recognize ourselves as the driving force for that development. It is upon our shoulders that the burden of development rests. It is ours to explore the opportunities available, and it is ours to take the risks. It is ours to take the hard decisions about where and how to invest our resources. If we, as citizens, are not prepared to take the risk of investing in manufacturing in our country, we should not expect others to come and invest. We should not expect to outsource the risk and hard work required for development and expect to enjoy the benefits and rewards of development. There can be no gain without risk and no benefit without effort within hard work. My brother Chairman, quite some time ago in June 1949, Kwame Nkrumah launched his campaign for self-government now. Regardless of where you stand in our history, the campaign achieved its purpose. In my view, the circumstances of our time call for a campaign just as momentous as the campaign for self-government. So tonight, I'm moved to invite captains of business gathered here and beyond to join hands with our traditional leaders, our farmers, our media, and all relevant sections of society to start another campaign to build Ghana now. It is a call to unleash the energies of our communities, to encourage our people to put their money where their mouths are, to raise the capacity, to take risks, and to invest in the future of the only nation we have. It is time once again for Walla to Wallasa. But then, whilst I say this, my dear governor, you have to put the money in there for us to be able to use it. Private sector needs the money, and therefore the banks also need the money. Fortunately, your treasury bills are not attractive now. So the monies must go into private sector for us to be able to use for investment. Because I know that the banks were just borrowing money to government and then buying them in treasury bills, and then in their balance sheets it was showing that they are making profit. But the economy was not turning around. And therefore that was not good banking. You look at the balance sheets of the banks and they were buying, government is borrowing money from them and paying interest to them. And their balance sheets were big and they thought that was banking. That was not banking. The money must go into the private sector to ginger that for economy to turn. So, I cannot end on a more cheerful and hopeful note than to ask you to join me in paying tribute to an exceptional son of the Golden Stool, Mr. Dade, founder and chief executive of KGL Group. It has been our great pride to be associated with this incredible Ghanaian enterprise with all the skill set, the entrepreneurial drive, and the managerial acumen to operate on a global scale. Last year, we completed the first phase of a mental hospital being constructed for the medical school of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology by KGL. In collaboration with my dear wife's foundation and the Millennium Excellence Foundation. This year, KGL has already paid 153 million to the Ghana Revenue Authority in taxes. And tonight, KGL has sponsored this glittering event. KGL under Mr. Alex Apodadi's leadership is throwing the searchlight on exemplary Ghanaian business leadership and affirming beyond any doubt that the nation can only count its blessings from the success of its businessmen. Tonight, we do not only celebrate our son Daddy and KGL, we celebrate examples of our chairman, Sir Sam Jonah, and many of you here that I've seen. Nick, and then my grandson Kwame, the businessman who builds the hotels and everything. All of you, I'm talking to you to make sure that industry thrives in this world. So we celebrate examples of our chairman, we celebrate great industrial achievers who lead in the search for our nation and Africa to take full responsibility for the exploitation of the mineral wealth of the continent. We must each day draw inspiration from these titans and pray that on their mighty wings, our nation can fly to new heights and land us safely in the promised land of our forefathers. Thank you, my brother chairman. Thank you, our other statesmen, President Akufo-Addo, President John Mahama, and then President John Otumfuo. Our distinguished Secretary General of the Commonwealth of Nations. Thank you, captains of business and industry. May the dawn of the new decade see our nations ever greater and even stronger. Thank you very much.
No, I'm not presenting. We number 1, 2. The good and the great herein gathered, please help me appreciate our King, His Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, speaking with the wisdom of his ancestors and that of a statesman. Your Majesty, we thank you ever so much for those warm words. It has now come to the time where we recognize and celebrate deserving men, women, and institutions that have supported the cause of our King. Your Majesty, if it pleases you, respectfully, I would invite you to the base to do us the honors. A round of applause for our King. Anita.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. If I may call on the founder, Richard Oforiatta, and the general manager, Jesse Ejapong, of E on 3 to bring forward the gold coins for our deserving leaders, and then we'll graduate up to the gold medal and the citations. Starting off kindly with the CEO of Dar es Salaam Group of Companies, Alhaji Yusuf Ibrahim. If you are here, please come forward for your gold coin. After Alhaji Ibrahim, we have the General Overseer of Rain House Chapel, Prophet Eric Buahin Uche.
Please warmly welcome Alhaji Yusuf Ibrahim. Prophet Eric Buahin Uche, please make your way
to pick up your medal, your coin. Goldfields Ghana Limited Senior Vice President and Managing Director, Mr. Elliot Chum, please make your way forward. Mr. Elliot Chum. Mr. Chum will be followed by Chum Berma, Managing Director, Dawak Gold Co. Limited. Please come forward. So we have Professor Eric Buahin, Mr. Elliot Chum, Chum Berma, please come forward. We will then proceed to the Managing Director of Anglo Gold Ashanti Obuasi Limited, Mr. Samuel Pobi. Mr. Samuel Pobi, please come forward. Mr. Daniel Buedi, Managing Director, Anglo Gold Ashanti Idua Prim Limited, please come forward. Mr. Pobi, Mr. Daniel Buedi, please come forward if you've heard your name. Celebrating Group Chairman of Nick Petroleum, Dr. Nick Danso Ajay, please make your way forward. Dr. Nick Danso Ajay, please make your way forward for your Otumfuo coin, followed by the celebrated Ghanaian boxing icon, if the professor is here, Professor Azuma Nelson. Professor Azuma Nelson, please make your way to the front if you're here, or your representative. Thank you very much. We now go to the founder of the new force, Nana Kwame Bediako. Nana Kwame Bediako, please make your way forward to pick up your Otumfuo gold coin, followed by the Executive Vice President and Country Director, Asante Gold Corporation, Mr. Frederick Atakuma. Mr. Frederick Atakuma, please make your way forward. Our dear partners at CapFam, we celebrate you tonight, and it's a double celebration. The Chief Executive Officer of CapFam, Mr. Charles Intribuahin, kindly make your way forward for your Otumfuo gold coin. Mr. Charles Intribuahin from our partners tonight, CapFam, who is a Chief Executive Officer, we celebrate you. Mr. Dankwa Ado Yobo, who is the Country Manager and Chief Executive Officer of Newmont, Ghana, please make your way forward. Mr. Dankwa Ado Yobo, Country Manager and Chief Executive Officer, Newmont, Ghana, followed by Mr. Charles Opoku Dako and Mrs. Opoku, Chief Executive Officer of Codco Limited, Mr. Charles Opoku Dako. Mrs. Opoku, please make your way forward for your Otumfuo coin. Mr. James Osei Brown, Chief Executive Officer of Joseph Construction, please make your way forward. Mr. James Osei Brown. Mr. Kwesi Ofori, Chief Executive Officer, Rockshore International, we celebrate you tonight. Rockshore International CEO, Mr. Kwesi Ofori, please make your way forward. Celebrating Madame Patricia Poku Diaby, CEO of Plot Ghana. Madame Patricia Opoku Diaby, celebrated industrialist, CEO, Plot Ghana, kindly make your way forward. We celebrate you with your Otumfuo gold coin. Followed by the CEO of Magdan Group of Companies, Dr. Daniel McCorley. Dr. Daniel McCorley, Magdan Group of Companies CEO, you are warmly welcome to pick up your Otumfuo gold coin. The CEO of Justmo Construction, Dr. Justice Amo. Justmo Construction, Dr. Justice Amo, CEO, we celebrate you tonight. Madame Angela List, CEO of Adamus Resources Limited, please make your way forward for your Otumfuo gold coin, celebrating all your hard work and dedication tonight. Madame Angela List, CEO, Adamus Resources Limited. Mr. Frank Edu, please join us. Mr. Frank Edu, Board Chairman, National Investment Bank, please join us to pick up your Otumfuo gold coin.
And now, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, make welcome the Otumfuo Osei and the President of the National House of Chiefs, Ojiahoho Yao JB II. Your Majesty, thank you very much. We celebrate you. He'll be followed by the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Christian Tete Yohunu. In the same vein, we will also celebrate the Chief of Defense Staff, Lieutenant General William Ajapong. We celebrate the untiring efforts of the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Johnson Pandit Esiama. And now the Executive Chairman of Jonah Capital, our chairperson for today, Dr. Sir Sam Jonah. This is to His Lordship, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, Justice Paul Bafo-Boni. And to the Speaker of the Parliament of Ghana, the Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbing, receiving on his behalf the First Deputy Governor, who's First Deputy Speaker, I beg your pardon, the Honorable Bernard Ahiafo. To the former Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, would you please make welcome His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. And now the Executive Chairman of the KGL Group, our headline sponsor, Mr. Alex Apo-Dade.
And ladies and gentlemen, as the citation reads, Mr. Alex Apo-Dade, tonight we celebrate a distinguished son of Ghana whose vision and leadership have strengthened both industry and the cultural heritage of our nation. You have affirmed that tradition is a guide for national progress, and you have reminded us that partnership between industry and heritage secures our collective future. Congratulations, Mr. Dade.
Congratulations, Mr. Alex Apo-Dade. And this is to celebrate you, an illustrious son of Asantehene, our headline sponsor, KGL Group, and the illustrious Executive Chairman, Mr. Alex Apaudade. Ladies and gentlemen, it's yours for the applause. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, Mr. Alex Apaudade. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
And now, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Her Excellency Shirley Ayoko Boche.
Your Excellency, tonight we honor a distinguished daughter of Ghana whose leadership and vision resonate far beyond our shores. Your story is one of profound dedication to Ghana and the global community. Long before assuming your current esteemed position, you served with distinction at home as a member of parliament and seasoned politician, demonstrating integrity, resilience, and a steadfast commitment to public service. Your Excellency, you have walked the corridors of power from Accra to London, yet you have never lost sight of the human element of governance. Tonight, we celebrate you.
Her Excellency Shirley Ayoko Boche is yours for the applause. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to the second President of our Fourth Republic, His Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor.
Your Excellency, wherever you may be, your representative is here, but we want to let you know that tonight we pay tribute to you as a statesman whose leadership affirmed a profound national principle that the strength of Ghana lies in the harmony between constitutional authority and the enduring wisdom of our traditional institutions. President Kufuor, you have said that the measure of a man is what he does with power. Through your leadership, you demonstrated that power, exercised with humility, wisdom, and respect for heritage, becomes a force for national renewal. We congratulate you.
And since the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, Chief Kufuor receives on behalf of his father. A round of applause. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, receiving now the fifth President of our Fourth Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
Your Excellency, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, as we honor His Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II as a pillar of peace, we also celebrate you as a distinguished son of Ghana whose presidency will be remembered for healing one of our nation's oldest wounds. Former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, you assumed office with a clear and unwavering commitment to resolve the Dabon chieftaincy crisis, a decades-old conflict that divided families and constrained development. Tonight, we celebrate a former president who understood. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, you are a leader who understands that governance is strengthened through a profound partnership between constitutional authority and our cherished traditional institutions. When you received the Asantehene's final report in December 2025, you affirmed your government's commitment to carefully considering and acting upon its recommendations. Tonight we celebrate you for understanding that peace is built not only through the authority of office, but through respect of the wisdom of tradition, for your unwavering commitment to collaborative leadership, national stability.
These, Your Majesties, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it has pleased God that today our King presents this memento to his special guest, the Olu of Warri, His Majesty Ujiame Otuawache III. And for the symbolic gesture, we say, long live the Kingdom of Warri, Ekichere, and Asante. Together we say, long live the kings. Long live the kings. I thank you ever so much. And now, Excellencies, Majesties, ladies and gentlemen, what is a banquet of this caliber without some dancing? I bring to you now the best from Ghana, Kwabna Kwabna.
Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, good evening. Listen up. When you will be a Momusia, Nasa Wujamewa, when you will be Jinawa, Midimidonina Mawa, baby, I'm longing to taste your sweet, sweet loving. I wanna feel your heartbeat next to mine. And let me whisper sweet, sweet loving what's into your ear. Never be a sister, like I was just oh, now baby, I'm in it. Can't let me in my mouth. Never be a sister. Man, you're bringing everybody snap your fingers, come on, Bonsano. Hey, hey, man, you're bringing up. Papa singing up. Man, you're bringing up. Oh, oh, oh. Man, you're bringing up. Hey, mayo. Mayo. Mayo, Papa singing up. 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 Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, we do some beautiful tunes for you. This is high life music from Ghana. That's right. Yeah, yeah. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do, yeah. Maybe what don't fall near to no coco so. Minisua you remain. Oh, my favorite door. Yenti what don't kaisa. Which I need a baby. Baby. Yeah. In fear son baby. I never so good for me. Kaisa body be firewood. Didn't chain on somewhere. Mamma and father said, fear me and son. Oh, I'll back to me. Me too many and to be anymore. And you will be a just a day and a row. Nama feel. Songs. Yes. Why do you tease him all this while? I'm about to do
the king is ready for you to open the dance floor with his guests. Do the do right about now. Ladies and gentlemen, Governor.
Let's do it now. Thank you so much. Yeah. Nana, Adam, the first for you. Hey. I don't want anyone to be a Willie baby that I'm the man make up with the phone mouse and me to take a grab. I don't want to be the free I want to make up at the enemy in your menu now. I'm a senior. Make up for what to pay more young water. Oh, yes, and moving the car. Make up for mama and I say, men never give me so, men never send you. Some cats are tempe was in the tempe. Nama Jesus say asa. Everybody. Some cats are tempe was in the tempe. Nama Jesus say ah. Everybody. Tempe was in the tempe. Changing whatever we say. Messi abe. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let's run it. Sweet baby people. Ah, yeah. Okay. Let's do some my life dancing. Ah. Hey, hey. Hey, hey.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of such a glorious celebration in honor of our King, a pillar of peace. On behalf of His Majesty, Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, and 3 on 3, I'd like to say a very big thank you to each and every one of you for coming in your numbers to honor this great day in history. From all of us at Majesty, we say good night, goodbye, and Godspeed.